Good afternoon from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Stephen Clark, editor of Spaceflight Now. Welcome to our live coverage of the launch of the Axiom 2 mission to the International Space Station. 4 commercial astronauts will be departing from Kennedy Space Center this afternoon at 5:37 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 21:37 UTC. They're heading off to the International Space Station for a planned mission of about 10 days in low Earth orbit. You're looking live at Launch Complex 39A, where SpaceX has a Falcon 9 rocket vertical, counting down 4 hours and 21 minutes until liftoff. We're up quite a bit earlier than we normally are for most of SpaceX launches because we're going to be tracking the progress of the 4 commercial astronauts as they make their way out to the launch pad, and then they'll head up to the Falcon Support Building, one of SpaceX's structures just outside the perimeter fence of Pad 39A, where they'll put on their launch and reentry pressure suits. And then they'll take the short ride up the ramp from the Falcon Support Building, their suit-up room, to the launch pad itself, climb into an elevator, ride that elevator up to the crew access arm, and then walk across that crew access arm to the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon spacecraft, and then take their seats inside the capsule. All this will be occurring over the next couple of hours. The next thing we're going to see very shortly, actually, is the crew members riding out to the launch pad in their black Tesla SUVs. These Tesla Model X's will be leaving the old shuttle landing facility, now known as the Launch and Landing Facility here at Kennedy Space Center, where they've arrived via helicopter from a nearby crew quarters hotel facility where they've been staying for the last few days. And they'll be boarding those Tesla Model X's for the trip out to the launch pad in the next few minutes. We expect to see them drive right by our location here at Kennedy Space Center, reporting live from the KSC press site about 3 miles from the pad, just across the road from the Vehicle Assembly Building. And that road is the path that the astronauts usually take on the way to the launch pad. A little bit different situation, though, this afternoon for this mission than we typically see for NASA's crew missions. For NASA missions, the astronauts actually suit up at the Operations and Checkout Building, NASA building, in the industrial area near the headquarters building of Kennedy Space Center, a few miles south of here. For commercial missions, for fully private astronaut missions, like the one we're seeing launched today, SpaceX actually has their own suit-up room inside this Falcon Support Building, one of the support structures just outside the perimeter fence of Pad 39A. So they'll actually be riding in their Tesla Model X's by the press site, but they won't be in their spacesuits, unlike we typically see for the NASA crew missions. That suit-up won't happen until they get out to the launch pad area itself in the next hour or so. But we do expect the crew to drive by our location in just a few minutes' time on their way to the suit-up room at Pad 39A. We hope to bring that to you live. Now 4 hours, 18 minutes until launch of the AX-2 mission on the way to the International Space Station. This crew is led by Peggy Whitson, a veteran NASA astronaut, a retired NASA astronaut now. She left the NASA Astronaut Corps back in 2018. After 3 long-duration expeditions on the International Space Station, she has logged 665 days in orbit on her prior missions. That is more time in space than any other American astronaut. She also has 10 spacewalks in her astronaut career. And after she left NASA a few years ago, she joined Axiom Space. This is the Houston-based company that is managing this private astronaut mission under an agreement with NASA. They're actually paying NASA for training services and access to different facilities on the International Space Station, such as the galley, the toilet, and research facilities that these private astronauts will be using during their 8-day stay on the International Space Station. Axiom eventually plans to add a fully commercial module, a pressurized lab module, to the International Space Station in a few years' time. And then that is viewed as a stepping stone to a standalone, privately owned space station after the retirement of the ISS, which is currently scheduled for 2030. Axiom has a separate agreement with SpaceX to provide the transportation services. So SpaceX is launching this mission. They're flying them to the station on the Crew Dragon spacecraft, and they'll be returning the astronauts back to Earth in about 10 days at the end of their mission for a splashdown off the coast of Florida. So we're standing by for those Tesla Model X's to come by our location here at the press site. We'll bring that to you live when we see them. They're leaving from the launch and landing facility where they've arrived by helicopter from a nearby crew quarters hotel facility where they've been staying the last few days to get ready for their mission in quarantine. As we wait for the crew to pass by our location, preparations out at the launch pad continue. A few minutes ago, the propellant system on board the Dragon spacecraft was pressurized. This propulsion system, will be used both for in-space maneuvers, for orbit changes and pointing of the Dragon spacecraft in orbit, as well as it's used as the abort system for the Crew Dragon spacecraft. So if there's a problem in the final phase of the countdown or in flight, powerful Super Draco thrusters clustered around the circumference of the capsule would fire to propel the spacecraft away from a failing rocket. So this propulsion system on the Dragon spacecraft has been pressurized in the last few minutes. And the next milestone we expect to see will be the crew members going by the press site on the way to the pad for suit up. While we're waiting for that drive-by of the crew on the way to the launch pad, if you haven't done so yet, please hit the thumbs up or the like button here on our YouTube stream. If you do that, that helps us attract more of an audience to our coverage throughout the countdown through the YouTube algorithm. So likes really help us out. If you haven't done that yet, please hit the like or the thumbs up button right under our video feed. We expect to be able to track the astronauts once they suit up, we won't see any live views inside the suit-up room, obviously during the portion of the time when they're putting on their pressure suits, but we expect to see them walk out of that building, the suit-up room, and then drive up the ramp and then board the Dragon spacecraft. All those feeds will be provided by SpaceX, including this view we're seeing now is provided to us from a SpaceX camera. We want to thank SpaceX, NASA, and Axiom for providing us with this video view. Here's a look from one of our cameras at the press site, showing where the road that the astronauts will be driving on in their Tesla Model X's. They'll be in the back seat of 2 different Tesla Model X's driven by SpaceX's astronaut support team on the way to the pad. The crew has arrived at the Kennedy Space Center. We did receive confirmation of that just a few minutes ago. So the crew is now on premises and will soon be making their way out to the launch pad. Now less than 4 hours and 10 minutes until the target launch time for this AX-2 commercial crew mission to the ISS, managed by the Houston-based company Axiom. Liftoff is scheduled for 5:37 p.m. Eastern Time, 21:37 UTC. Now 4 hours and 2 minutes remaining until liftoff of the AX-2 mission. Unfortunately, we weren't able to bring you live views of the crew as they drove by the press site on the way to the launch pad, but they have arrived at Kennedy Space Center, and they were on the way to the launch pad and should have now arrived at the Falcon support building just outside the perimeter fence of Pad 39A to begin putting on their launch and reentry pressure suits. They'll also get a weather briefing from SpaceX on the current conditions and the forecast for their target launch time of 5:37 p.m. Eastern, 21:37 UTC, and they will get a briefing on the sea and wind conditions downrange along the flight corridor, which runs parallel to the east coast of the United States, then out over the North Atlantic Ocean. This is the swath of ocean where the crew and the capsule potentially might have to splash down in the event of an in-flight abort. We have a few images from the crew's arrival a short while ago at the launch and landing facility at Kennedy Space Center. This is the old Space Shuttle runway. We hope to bring those up to you in the next couple of minutes. 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 40 seconds remaining until launch time. We have some views from our photographer Michael Kane, who was out at the launch and landing facility about an hour ago when the AX2 crew members arrived from an off-site hotel where they've been staying this past week in quarantine to prepare for the launch. On the left, you see Rayyanah Barnawi from the Saudi Arabian government, Saudi Space Commission. To her left, on the right in this photo, is Commander Peggy Whitson, a former NASA astronaut with 665 days in space. She is America's most experienced astronaut, more time in space than any other American. Next to her is John Shoffner, an investor, private pilot, and amateur race car driver who's paid his way, paid for his seat on this Dragon spacecraft up to the International Space Station. And then on the far right side of the image is AlQarni from Saudi Arabia. He's a fighter pilot in the Royal Saudi Air Force, an F-15 pilot, and he and Barnawi both have their seats sponsored by the Saudi Arabian government. They'll be going out to perform more than a dozen science experiments, as well as connecting with Saudi school children virtually in demonstrations and outreach events from the space station. Again, these photos come from our photographer Michael Kane. Here's AlQarni waving to VIPs and news media who went out to welcome them to Kennedy Space Center earlier this afternoon. Commander Peggy Whitson with the mission patch on her flight suit. And here is a view of one of the Tesla Model X's that SpaceX has to carry the crew members around different points on the Space Center. This is the SpaceX crew transport vehicle, modified, customized to accommodate the crew in their launch and entry pressure suits in the back seats. So two of them are in two different Tesla Model X's. They've now driven out to the launch pad area from the launch and landing facility here at Kennedy Space Center. This is the facility that used to support space shuttle landings. And they're now getting suited up in their custom-fitted white pressure suits produced by SpaceX. And after they get in their suits and perform leak checks, they'll get back in these Tesla Model X's for the final quarter-mile drive up the ramp to the launch pad to begin boarding the spacecraft. And now back with a full-screen view of Pad 39A. This is a camera from SpaceX on the southeastern quadrant of the launch pad. The Falcon 9 in this configuration stands 215 feet or 65 meters tall. It's a bit shorter than the Falcon 9 that you are typically seeing launch with payload fairings with satellites on board. That is about 15 feet taller than this particular configuration with the Crew Dragon spacecraft. The crew access arm is reaching out from the fixed service structure. That's the black structure to the left of the rocket. That's the walkway that the astronauts will be using to board the spacecraft. We expect to see crew boarding on the spacecraft in the next hour or so. Here's a shot from the SpaceX payload processing facility a few miles south of the pad. You can see a nice wide shot of Launch Complex 39A. In the center, of course, is the Falcon 9. In the foreground, just to the lower left of the vehicle in this view, is the SpaceX processing hangar, where SpaceX technicians connect payloads with the Falcon 9 rocket before rollout to the pad in preparation for launch. On the right side of the Falcon 9, facing the Atlantic Ocean, is the orbital launch tower for SpaceX's new Super Heavy booster and Starship rocket, the giant 400-foot tall vehicle that SpaceX recently tested in Texas. Construction has been underway for a second launch site for the Starship here in Florida, although work at the Starship launch site here in Florida has slowed of late as the focus has been in Texas as SpaceX prepared for their first integrated test flight of this rocket. So this is the departure point for the AX2 mission, heading off to the International Space Station for a 10-day mission. SpaceX's countdown is now approaching 3 hours and 33 minutes. The crew, the 4-person crew that'll be riding this vehicle into orbit this afternoon, is continuing to go through their suit up procedure at the Falcon support building that's just outside of the perimeter fence at Launch Complex 39A. In this view, you can see a wide shot of the pad, the Falcon 9 vertical in the middle. Just to the lower left in the foreground is the SpaceX hangar. And then the building they're in for the suit up is actually just off to the left of the hangar in this particular view. So as you can see, they're in the area of the launch pad about a quarter mile from the Falcon 9 itself, where they're putting on their pressure suits. They'll go through leak checks to make sure those suits have pressure integrity, and then they'll get back into those Tesla Model X's, 2 of them, for the ride up the ramp to the pad, and then they'll board an elevator to go up to the crew access arm. The crew access arm is at the 265-foot level. That's measured from sea level. And they'll be boarding the rocket at the very top of the 215-foot tall Falcon 9. We're now getting some views from SpaceX, their webcast. We hope to see the crew members walk out of the Falcon support building at Pad 39A, where they've been over the last hour or so, putting on their pressure suits, getting a weather briefing, and going through suit leak checks. And they are expected to walk out of the double doors of that building to get back into the Tesla Model X's for the final quarter mile up to the pad. That should be happening in the next couple of minutes. Here's a nice up-close shot of the Dragon spacecraft on top of the Falcon 9 rocket with the crew access arm extended. A nice aerial shot here of Launch Complex 39A, a live view of the Falcon 9 on the pad. We're still awaiting the walkout of the 4 Axiom 2 crew members from their suit-up building for the final leg of their trip to the launch pad. An update from SpaceX a few moments ago. The weather forecast for this afternoon here at Kennedy Space Center has improved from a 60% chance of good weather to a 75% chance of good weather. So that's a great sign as the countdown approaches the T-minus 3-hour mark. The main weather concern this afternoon will be anvil clouds that could be blowing over the spaceport from nearby thunderstorms. In fact, you see a few anvil clouds off the east coast of Florida looking out over the Atlantic Ocean. Those are not expected to be an issue, but any storms that pop up inland over central Florida could have their tops, the anvil clouds, blown over the spaceport. And those anvils could contain an electrical charge and carry the risk of a lightning strike on the rocket as it climbs into the atmosphere. So that's something that'll be watched closely over the course of the next 3 hours before the final pre-launch weather check. The weather along the Ascent corridor, which is off to the northeast from Kennedy Space Center over the Atlantic Ocean, all the way over to Ireland, is also favorable for launch. So the weather conditions are trending in the right direction to allow this mission to get off the ground tomorrow. That's important because the weather forecast tomorrow is not favorable. There's just a 20% chance of favorable weather for the launch of the Falcon 9 tomorrow. Now a 75% chance of favorable weather today. Here's a look at the vehicle assembly building from a camera just outside our building, looking out from the Kennedy Space Center press site. You can see the parking lot is starting to fill up with reporters and news media here to cover this mission. And you can also get a sense of the cloud cover over Florida this afternoon. Now seeing a shot here of the Falcon support building where the Tesla Model X's are parked. NASA security forces, you can see at the very bottom of your screen, are out there to protect the crew members as they make their way to the launch pad. So we expect to see the walkout shortly.
Core on countdown, suit donning and checkouts are complete. Stand by for walkout. We're on schedule.
So you're hearing the voice of the core, the crew operations responsible engineer at SpaceX Mission Control out in Hawthorne, California, reporting the crew is now suited up and they've completed their elite checks, standing by for them to emerge from those doors.
launch trajectory and countdown net. The crew is beginning their walkout to drive to the pad at this time.
And here comes the AX-2 crew, led by Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot John Shoffner, and mission specialists from Saudi Arabia. On the right, AlQarni, and on the left, Rayyanah Barnawi. These will be the first 2 Saudi astronauts to reach the ISS. You can see they've put on their white custom-fitted pressure suits, now are boarding their Tesla Model X's, SpaceX's crew transport vehicles. And we're seeing some cool onboard views showing the crew members getting into their seats. On the left is the Tesla with Commander Peggy Whitson and pilot John Shoffner. On the right are mission specialists Rayyanah Barnawi and AlQarni. See, the crew members are in great spirits, heading out to the launch pad now from their suit-up room at the Falcon support building. This is one of the buildings that's clustered just outside the perimeter fence to the pad. See, they're being escorted by some NASA security. Those NASA security vehicles will peel off the convoy before they go into the gate of the pad itself. Here are some views of Peggy Whitson, who launched from this same launch pad back on the STS-111 mission in 2002. That was her first space flight. Whitson now is going for her 4th trip to space. And there goes the crew on the lower right up the ramp. The 3 Teslas, 2 of them containing the crew members, one of them carrying some SpaceX technicians out to the pad. You can see the crew transport vehicles now arriving at the pad near the base of the Falcon 9, and those are the elevators that they'll be riding into the crew access arm. And now they're disembarking from their Tesla crew transport vehicles. We expect to see Peggy Whitson and John Shoffner first up the crew access tower into the vehicle.
Core on countdown, crew have arrived at the pad.
But first they're going to get a chance to look up at their launch vehicle, standing at 215 feet tall. We've seen Peggy Whitson and John Shoffner, the commander and pilot, to climb into that elevator. Now they're up at the 255-foot level. They'll climb another flight of stairs to get to 265, which is where the crew access arm is located. And there are AlQarni and Rayyanah Barnawi taking a look at their ride to space. They will get into the elevator shortly to go up to the same 255-foot level, then climb the stairs to 265 feet to take their trip across the crew access arm. And there are the two Saudi astronauts, AlQarni and Rayyanah Barnawi, climbing the stairs to join their two crewmates already at the 265-foot level of the fixed service structure, this black tower next to the Falcon 9. You can see one of the crew members, looks like John Shoffner, is on the phone. This is another opportunity to call any loved ones, make a final call before they head into space. Here's a shot of the 4 crew members and the SpaceX technicians at the 265-foot level from a camera on the ground. You see the shimmering heat waves here. It is a balmy afternoon here in Central Florida. Partly cloudy skies currently overhead. Light to moderate winds. Weather shaping up to be favorable, 75% chance at least of good weather at launch time. And there are the commander and pilot, Commander Peggy Whitson, a veteran of 3 space flights on the right, pilot John Shoffner, private pilot, investor, and amateur race car driver, will be serving as pilot of the Dragon spacecraft. They look to be in very good spirits, very excited for their launch up to the International Space Station. Whitson is the most experienced American in terms of time in space in history, with 665 days in orbit. She retired from NASA in 2018 and took a job at Axiom Space. This is the Houston-based company that is managing this mission in agreement with NASA and SpaceX. NASA wants more private astronauts and commercial missions
crew at the White Room
to the International Space Station to help prove out the market and business case for a future commercial space station to replace the ISS when it's retired. This is one of those precursor missions. This is the second private astronaut mission. The first was Axiom 1 last year. Axiom plans another private astronaut mission, AX3, by the end of this year. And now we're seeing the first 2 crew members, Peggy Whitson, the commander, and John Shoffner,
Ingress started,
ingressing the Dragon spacecraft, taking their seats, the 2 center seats directly under the touchscreen displays that they'll be using in flight to monitor various systems on the rocket, or if necessary to take manual control. This wide shot from the payload processing facility, you can see the helicopter hovering over the pad just to the right of the rocket. This is providing some of the really great video that we're seeing. And here come AlQarni and Rayyanah Barnawi from the Saudi Space Commission. Their mission sponsored and funded by the Saudi Arabian government. They look to be very excited. This will be the first trip to space for both of them. AlQarni is an F-15 fighter pilot in the Royal Saudi Air Force, and Barnawi is a biomedical scientist. As we saw Whitson and Shoffner do a few minutes ago, they'll get a chance to sign their names next to the X logo on the side of the white room. This is the room that they're in right now that directly connects up to the hatch of the Dragon spacecraft. It's tradition for astronauts flying on SpaceX missions to sign their name on the wall. On the left, around the NASA logo, are the astronauts who have flown on a Dragon spacecraft contracted by NASA. On the right are the commercial astronaut missions crew members signing their name around that stylized X. All of the technicians wearing the black suits are from SpaceX. They're making sure that each crew member has their suits properly configured and are properly strapped into the spacecraft once they enter the hatch. And there goes AlQarni taking the seat on the right, I believe, is where he'll be heading in this view. Stage right, left-hand side if you're inside the spacecraft. And there goes Rayyanah Barnawi to take the seat on the opposite side. So all 4 crew members are now in their seats inside of SpaceX's Dragon Freedom spacecraft. You can see the SpaceX closeout team still working with their restraints and making sure everyone's comfortable and safely secured. Getting some more aerial shots from the helicopter flying over Kennedy Space Center. 2 hours and 43 minutes until liftoff time. Seeing in a split screen here, the left side of the view is an exterior shot of the Dragon spacecraft on top of the Falcon 9, and on the right, an interior shot showing the 4 crew members now all in their seats. If you're just joining us and you haven't done so yet, please hit the thumbs up or the like button here on our YouTube stream. That really helps us a lot as we want to attract more viewers for this exciting crew launch to the International Space Station. Every launch is exciting, but there's a particular special feeling when there are human beings on board, and we're going to see 4 of them go to space today, including 3 rookie space flyers. Here's a look inside the Launch Control Center. Nice shot of all 4 crew members giving thumbs up, flashing smiles before the SpaceX ground team exits the spacecraft and closes the hatch. Also, in the next few minutes, we expect to hear some voice checks between the crew members and SpaceX mission control in California, as well as launch controllers here at Kennedy Space Center.
SpaceX Dragon, com check from seat 2.
Loud and clear, Peggy, from SpaceX. How me?
We have you loud and clear.
All right, good afternoon. Please let us know when you get to step 1.3 and are ready for umbilical comm checks.
Wilco. And SpaceX Dragon, we're at step 1.3, ready for comm check.
So we're hearing the voice of Peggy Whitson from inside the Dragon spacecraft performing some voice checks.
SpaceX copies. Stand by for umbilical comm checks.
Wilco.
We expect Peggy Whitson, the commander, to perform the voice checks with various members of SpaceX Launch Control, and we may also hear some voice checks from each of the 4 crew members, make sure their mics and receivers are all working. 2 hours and 25 minutes and 36 seconds until liftoff time. Continuing to get some really spectacular video from the helicopter circling the launch pad.
Commander, pilot, MS1, MS2, comm check.
Commander has you loud and clear.
Pilot, loud and clear.
MS1 loud and clear.
MS2 loud and clear.
And core loud and clear. Umbilical comm check complete. Please report when ready for seat rotation.
You can see Peggy Whitson interfacing with the touchscreen displays using
SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for seat
We've seen
rotation.
former astronauts on previous missions use their fingers for this. I don't recall seeing
SpaceX copies.
stylus
Will report
type
when
pin,
initiating.
for touching the touchscreen. The crew also has power and charging ports for iPads on their seats as well, for both crew comfort and for the ability to keep track of checklists and things like that on their flight up to the space station.
Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Dragon copies.
The seats are now rotating into position for launch. They are rotated in a downward position to ease their ability to climb into their seats during the ingress process, but during the flight to space and the flight up to the space station, they'll be rotated up closer to the crew console, to the crew displays, where Whitson and Shoffner, the commander and pilot, will have displays showing various parameters of their flight right in front of them.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
Dragon copies.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 2 suit leak check preparation.
Copy. Go Section 2, suit leak check preparation. SpaceX Dragon, tear is complete. We're ready for leak check.
Dragon copies and concurs. You are go for Section 3 suit leak check.
Copy. Go for Section 3, suit leak check.
The SpaceX is now running through leak checks on the suits that each of the 4 crew members are wearing inside the Dragon spacecraft. They've already completed these leak checks inside the suit-up room just outside the pad perimeter a little while ago. But they want to run through these again, as they always do in these crew missions, to make sure that they're still holding a good pressure seal while they're in their seats inside the Dragon spacecraft. This will be followed in a few minutes by the leak check of the entire spacecraft, of the pressure shell of the Dragon spacecraft. That'll occur after hatch closure. A great shot here of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in the background. You can see Blue Origin's launch pad on the right with a large hangar there. ULA's pads, the Delta IV pad, the Atlas V pad also visible in the background. In the foreground, of course, Pad 39A, the historic launch site used for Apollo and the Space Shuttle, and now by SpaceX. See the closeout crew at pad 39A starting to work on the hatch. They'll perform some really in-depth inspections of the seal around the perimeter of the hatch before they close it, but that's still a few minutes away.
And SpaceX Dragon, we see 4 good suits.
SpaceX copies and concurs. 4 good suits. At this time, closeout team will perform final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Proceed to section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close hatch.
Wilco for Dragon. And SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for the closeout team to close the hatch.
SpaceX copies.
We're hearing some chatter between Peggy Whitson, the commander on board SpaceX's Dragon, Freedom, and SpaceX Launch Control. They've completed their suit leak checks, so all 4 suits have a good pressure seal. And now the final closeouts are underway inside the spacecraft. You can see one of the SpaceX technicians in the black suit at the bottom working in the cargo area underneath the feet of the crew members. And in the next few moments, we expect to see the closure of the hatch. The technicians are also performing some inspections of the seal around the hatch to make sure there's no foreign object debris or anything like that that could impede the closure, and a good pressure check of the capsule, which will be following the hatch closure. That capsule spacecraft leak check will be the final activity the closeout team performs before they depart the launch pad.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check over ground stations.
Dragon has you loud and clear over ground station.
Core loud and clear. Ground station comm check complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, com check over Tidris.
Dragon has you loud and clear over Tidris.
Core, loud and clear. Tidris com check complete. Stand by for com checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Voice checks continuing with the AX-2 crew and SpaceX launch control.
Standing by.
Dragon, this is DC on countdown 1. Com check.
DC, we have you loud and clear.
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for com checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Com check.
MD, we have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for com check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Com check.
MD on Dragon to ground, we have you loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for com checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1. Com check.
We have you loud and clear on countdown 1, LD.
LD is you loud and clear as well. Stand by for my com check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD, Dragon to ground 1. Com check.
We have you loud and clear, LD.
LD also has you loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX, launch configuration, com checks complete.
Dragon copy.
SpaceX has now completed the series of communications checks with primarily with Commander Peggy Whitson on board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft out on Pad 39A. We've seen the seat rotation complete a few minutes ago. Suit leak checks are now complete as well on all 4 suits worn by these 4 crew members. The next thing we expect to see will be the closure of the side hatch and then a leak check of the entire Dragon spacecraft of its pressure integrity. One of our viewers asked a few minutes ago, how long it would take to replace the seal if they found something wrong with it prior to closing. I mentioned they're performing inspections of the seals around the hatch. We haven't seen them actually have to replace any of the seals before, but there have been a few missions where they've closed the hatch and the spacecraft doesn't pass the leak check, and they have to reopen the hatch and perform more inspections and clean the seals to make sure there's any tiny debris or hair or any sort of sand particle or anything like that in the seal can cause the spacecraft to fail its leak check, and they have to wipe it down of any debris and then they close it again and perform a leak check a second time. We've seen this a few missions in the past, and then it passes the leak check. So there's time built in the countdown to allow that additional check to occur if necessary. That usually takes in the order of 15 to 20 minutes to reopen the hatch, clean it, and then close it again. Here's a look inside the white room again. You can see the hatch still awaiting to be closed. We haven't heard a go for hatch closure yet, but we're now approaching that point in the countdown in the timeline where the hatch should be closed.
Dragon SpaceX. Closeout team is taking final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Copy. Closeout team's performing the final actions. We have secured all items prior to launch, and we're ready for the flight computer transition.
So we've heard the call from SpaceX Mission Control to the crew that they're preparing to close the hatch, and Peggy Whitson, the commander inside the spacecraft, confirms the crew members have secured all of the items that they will need secured for the launch. And there goes the hatch, now being closed by the SpaceX team out at pad 39A. This will be followed by leak checks to ensure pressure integrity of the spacecraft in the next few minutes, and then the closeout team will evacuate the pad and head to a fallback position. The hatch now being torqued shut by hand by one of the technicians there. So the next few minutes, the closeout team will actually be applying some additional pressure to the spacecraft above sea level pressure, above ambient pressure, to verify that there is no leak through the hatch or anywhere else in the spacecraft.
Dragon SpaceX. Closeout team has secured the side hatch and has started the side hatch leak check per 4.3.
Dragon copies. We'll follow along.
SpaceX's countdown is approaching the T-minus 2 hour mark. T-minus 2 hours and counting. 2 hours remaining until liftoff of the AX-2 mission, the second private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. If you're just joining us in our live coverage and haven't done so yet, please hit the thumbs up or the like button underneath our video window here in our YouTube channel. This really helps us attract a larger audience and more viewers as we head into the final phase of the countdown. We're still about an hour and a half away from the start of propellant loading on the Falcon 9. Before then, the SpaceX closeout team will evacuate the pad. This will occur after they complete these leak checks of the spacecraft at the side hatch, now underway. One hour, 57 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in the countdown. The time for today's launch is instantaneous. There's an instantaneous opportunity at 5:37 and 9 seconds p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That is 21:37:09 UTC. This is selected and governed by the time that the Earth's rotation brings the launch pad, Launch Complex 39A, roughly underneath the orbital plane or path of the International Space Station. This enables the spacecraft to fly into orbit and be already more or less lined up for its approach in the same orbital plane as the space station, culminating in an automated docking tomorrow morning.
Dragon SpaceX, closeout team has just reported that the side hatch leak check is complete and nominal.
Dragon copies. Good news.
That update from SpaceX Launch Control comes at 1 hour 50 minutes.
And we are still taking care of some final config actions on the ground, but we will in the near term be stepping into a post-ingress crew briefing and a comm check with the Falcon 9 operators, but we're still doing some final config on the ground. Before we step into that, I will come back when we're ready to step into the post-ingress crew brief.
Dragon copies.
So the leak check of the Dragon spacecraft after the closure of the hatch is complete. So that's a great sign. And the closeout team inside the White Room is completing some final configuration before they leave the pad and move back to a fallback position a few miles away.
And Dragon SpaceX will be commencing health check for launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
And Dragon copies. We saw that.
This interaction is between the SpaceX core, or crew operations responsible engineer in Hawthorne, California, and Commander Peggy Whitson on board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft here at Kennedy Space Center. So they've told her that after some final configuration checks and final work on the ground, the mission control team will be briefing the astronauts on the status of the countdown and other matters in the next few minutes. And health check of the Crew Dragon launch escape system is now getting underway shortly. The launch escape system consists of 8 Super Draco engines clustered in 4 pods around the outside of the spacecraft, the Dragon spacecraft on top of the rocket. They would be used only if there is an in-flight emergency or an abort needed in the final phase of the countdown. These powerful engines would propel the capsule away from the rocket, and then the capsule would then splash down in the ocean, saving the crew and the spacecraft from a rocket failure.
Dragon SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
Dragon's ready.
All right, Peggy. Dragon is healthy and weather continues to look great for today's launch attempt. There are no deltas to the pre-briefed emergency deorbit sites that have been uploaded to your tablets. Just a reminder, we are using triage site 6 today. How copy?
Healthy vehicle, good weather, no deltas, and triage site 6.
Copy. And one note, during ingress, the closeout team did notice some loose Velcro straps on cargo pallet C7. They did take the action to apply tape to the straps for the back bags. That's going to be the bags in C7-1 and C7-2. So if you do go down to the cargo section in flight, you'll notice there is tape that is holding those handles down around the straps. The emergency equipment bags did not have tape applied, just to maintain good crew access there. But just for your awareness, we were seeing some loose cargo handles there, and tape was applied, again, to the back bags, C7-1 and C7-2. How copy?
Copy. The folks added tape to C7 1 and 2. The emergency configuration is unchanged.
That's a good readback. And no more updates for Dragon at this time. Again, Dragon remains in a good config for launch. I will pass it off to CE now with an update on the pre-briefed Falcon 9 status.
Okay, and Dragon, as we talked to you about at the weather briefing, we're still seeing this small leak across this isolation valve on the Stage 1 ACS system. We're still running analysis to confirm that if that pressure that's trapped in that little manifold were to go out through the thrusters, we're confirming that that won't cause any concerns from either an abort standpoint or control standpoint during ascent. That analysis is still in work, and our intent is to get that analysis complete by propellant load, and we'll give you a report then. And we've got a plan to work that, and we'll give you that detailed status just prior to propellant load.
Okay, Dragon copies that you're doing the analysis on that small leak, and we'll look forward to a report at T-minus 45.
That's a good readback. And again, we're doing, I would say, conservative analysis to make sure that we're going to protect things and keep the vehicle safe and keep you safe. So we're doing worst case on worst case to make sure that we're okay to go fly.
Okay, Bill, we appreciate that. Thanks.
That completes the Falcon update.
Dragon copies. Thanks.
That was Bill Gerstenmaier, SpaceX's Vice President of Build and Flight Reliability here at Kennedy Space Center, giving an update to Peggy Whitson, commander of the AX-2 mission on the Dragon spacecraft atop the Falcon 9 rocket that you're looking at live at Pad 39A. Gerstenmaier reported the SpaceX engineers are analyzing a small leak in an isolation valve associated with the first stage attitude control system. They want to make sure that this will not cause any issue for the flight during a nominal ascent or in the event of any abort. Gerstenmaier told Whitson that they're looking at a very conservative analysis to make sure that the crew remains safe, and they're looking at worst case upon worst case just to make sure that the crew is ready to go, that the vehicle is ready to go fly, and they expect to give another update to SpaceX, or to the crew rather, on board the spacecraft before propellant load, which is now about an hour and 7 minutes from now. This doesn't sound like a showstopper right now, but something to note that the engineers are discussing this apparently minor issue just to make sure there's going to be no impact on today's launch.
Dragon SpaceX, please confirm when ready for comm checks with Falcon 9 operators.
We are ready for voice checks with the other Falcon 9 operators.
GNC, please begin the crew comm checks.
Dragon, GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear on countdown 1.
GNC loud and clear, stand by for comm check by propulsion engineer.
Dragon, prop on countdown 1, comm check.
Prop, we have you loud and clear.
Prop loud and clear, stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer. Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has avionics loud and clear.
Avionics loud and clear, stand by for comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has ground segment loud and clear.
Ground segment loud and clear, stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
And Dragon, or launch control, we have you loud and clear inside Dragon.
Launch control loud and clear, stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, chief engineer on countdown 1 with a comm check.
We have you loud and clear, Gerst, on 1. Thanks.
All right. This completes the Falcon 9 Dragon comm checks. Thank you.
Dragon SpaceX, for awareness, the closeout team has departed the crew arm.
Now,
Dragon copies.
Now 1 hour 33 minutes until liftoff time, and we've just heard confirmation that the closeout team, the SpaceX technicians that helped the crew into the spacecraft, have departed the crew access arm. They've left the White Room and will now be making their way down the fixed tower next to the Falcon 9 on the left-hand side of this view, down to the pad surface, and then they'll ride those Teslas back out of the pad to evacuate to a fallback position outside of the blast danger area, which extends a few miles around pad 39A. These are the final team members that'll be leaving the launch complex before propellant loading. Now T-minus 90 minutes and counting, and we're now seeing the SpaceX support team, the closeout team, starting to leave the pad. A couple of vehicles driving down the ramp on the lower right here. And more vehicles coming to carry these crew members, these support team members, away from the launch pad. So with these team members departing, the only people still at the pad will be the 4 astronauts. Inside, there's the Crew Dragon spacecraft strapped into their seats, ready for the start of propellant loading, which is now less than an hour away. And we're now an hour and 29 minutes away from launch of this AX-2 private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. This mission is commanded by Peggy Whitson, a veteran NASA astronaut with 3 space flights in her career. This will be her 4th flight to space. And actually, this is her first short duration flight. This will be a 10-day mission to the International Space Station. On her 3 previous missions, she has spent 665 days in orbit. That's more time in space than any other American in history. So she is America's most experienced astronaut in terms of space flight time. She's 63 years old. She was born in Mount Ayr, Iowa, grew up on a farm in Iowa. She has a PhD in biochemistry from Rice University in Houston, and she was a scientist for NASA during the 1990s before her selection as a NASA astronaut in 1996. Her first flight to space launched from this very same launch pad. It was Expedition 5. She launched with a space shuttle crew on the Space Shuttle Endeavour from Pad 39A back in June of 2002, nearly 21 years ago. She spent about 6 months on the space station on the Expedition 5 crew. She launched twice more on Russian Soyuz rockets as part of Expedition 16. And then most recently, she launched in 2016 for a 289-day flight in low Earth orbit on board the space station. During that flight, she was part of Expeditions 50, 51, and 52. She returned to Earth in 2017 and retired from NASA's Astronaut Corps in 2018, and has since joined Axiom Space, the Houston-based company that is overseeing and managing this mission under an agreement, under the umbrella of an agreement with NASA, in which Axiom and ultimately their customers pay for access to the International Space Station. NASA is eager to fly these commercial astronauts to the station to help establish a foothold, a market for commercial companies in low Earth orbit in hopes of eventually turning over not just transportation, as we're seeing now for crew and cargo, to the commercial sector, but eventually the space stations themselves. After the ISS is retired in the 2030 timeframe, NASA hopes one or more privately owned commercial space outposts will be available for astronauts to visit, both private astronauts, tourists, researchers, as well as government astronauts under contract with that space station owner. So Peggy Whitson going for her 4th flight to space as AX-2 commander. She's joined by pilot John Shoffner. He's 67 years old. He was born in Alaska and grew up in Kentucky. He calls himself a lifelong space enthusiast who got hooked on space flight in the days of the Gemini program in the 1960s and the Apollo program shortly thereafter. He is a businessman who founded a company called Duraline, which is a fiber optic manufacturing and placement company, and earned his fortune through that business as well as other investment opportunities. He's paying his own way to the space station on this mission, so he's purchased his ticket, a fare-paying passenger, but also a pilot on this mission who's actually serving as co-pilot in the nomenclature that SpaceX uses. He was actually the co-pilot to Whitson. He's an experienced pilot in Earth's atmosphere with more than 8,500 hours of flying time and multiple types of aircraft. He's also a veteran skydiver with more than 4,000 jumps to his credit, and this will be his first flight to space on the AX-2 mission. The 2 mission specialists on this mission are both from Saudi Arabia. They have their tickets funded by the Saudi government, who has selected these 2 astronauts, beginning with Ali AlQarni, mission specialist number 1 on this AX-2 mission. He's a 31-year-old fighter pilot in the Royal Saudi Air Force, with most recently flying the F-15 fighter jet in his Air Force career. He holds a bachelor's degree in aerospace science. He has more than 2,400 hours of flying time, and he says he first got interested in space flight when he visited the Johnson Space Center in Houston while he was training with an Air Force unit in the United States some years ago. He's a first-time space flyer, and he will be performing some experiments on behalf of Saudi scientists on the International Space Station. And mission specialist number 2 is Rayyanah Barnawi, also from Saudi Arabia. She will be the first Saudi woman to fly to space. These 2 astronauts, Ali AlQarni and Rayyanah Barnawi, will be the first 2 Saudis overall on the space station. There's one Saudi space flyer who flew on a space shuttle back in the 1980s. So they're the 2nd and 3rd Saudi citizens to fly to space overall. Rayyanah Barnawi is 34 years old. She was born in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. She has a master's degree in biomedical sciences, and she has 9 years of experience as a research lab technician performing experiments in fields such as stem cell research. She'll actually be doing similar types of research during her 8-day stay on the International Space Station. And as I mentioned earlier, Rayyanah Barnawi and Ali AlQarni, their flights are funded by the Saudi government. They are trained astronauts employed on behalf of the Saudi government on this AX-2 mission. Let's listen to a few comments from AlQarni and Rayyanah Barnawi, who spoke to reporters a few days ago in a pre-launch press conference. And they talked about some of the work they'll be doing and some of their experiences they've had as they prepare for their first flight to space.
On that topic, we are actually conducting at least 20 experiments, 14 of which are led by Saudi scientists. And at the same time, these experiments range from human physiology, technology, cell biology, and most importantly, as you said, is the outreach. So one of the goals for this mission, at least for me and Ali and John and Peggy, is to do these outreach events for the kids and try to elaborate on the fact that we are here as STEM educators. So for the kids to be attached to math and science and technology, to know that they can do more and they can trust themselves, is actually one of the goals of this mission. I think all of us will enjoy that part of the mission when we are interacting with them and playing with them, showing them moves and talking to them in a live feed. So these are one of the goals of this mission.
Maybe you should tell them about the experiments you're going to do with the students directly.
All right, so specifically, we're going to be doing 3 educational and awareness experiments with the kids, and it's going to be a live event, which is going to be amazing for them because it's going to be a huge opportunity to compare the results that they had on the ground with the one we are going to have aboard the ISS. So we're going to be doing as simple as a space kite and see the difference or the effect of microgravity on the aerodynamics of the space kite in space, and they could compare the results with the ones they have on Earth. And also we're gonna be doing heat transfer experiment as well in the same goals, and just the idea of attracting talents and increase their interest in the STEM fields.
That was Rayyanah Barnawi and AlQarni, the 2 Saudi astronauts on this AX-2 mission, talking about some of the interactions they're going to have, virtual outreach events with Saudi students, school children, during their flight on the space station. This is going to be a 10-day mission if everything goes according to plan, and assuming weather cooperates with their planned return to Earth. They could get a few bonus days in orbit, as we've seen missions in the past obtain when there's a bad weather in the recovery area. But nominally, this is a 10-day mission, 8 days of which will be spent at the International Space Station. SpaceX's countdown now is inside of 1 hour and 20 minutes until liftoff. If you haven't done so yet, please hit the thumbs up or the like button here on our YouTube stream. That helps us attract a larger audience for our coverage. We want to bring this Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon, depending on where you are, launch to as many viewers as possible. Liftoff is scheduled for 5:37 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 21:37 UTC. For those of you who track exact launch times, it's set for 5:37:09, 5:37 and 9 seconds Eastern Time. The weather is continuing to look favorable. There's a 75% chance of good weather for liftoff. That is an improvement from the 60% odds given yesterday. But still a chance of some thunderstorm activity or anvil clouds or a risk of lightning that could prevent launch today.
Dragon SpaceX for Falcon 9 status update.
Go for Falcon 9 status.
The F9 team is going to take the action to vent the manifold for the pre-briefed Falcon 9 status. This will be a loud venting, so we do expect that you will hear it in the vehicle. They'll be taking that commanding shortly, but just giving you a heads up, you will hear this venting.
Okay, copy. Venting the manifold, and we expect to hear it. Thanks.
Loud venting from the ACS system in 3, 2, 1.
That voice call from SpaceX Mission Control in California to Peggy Whitson on board the Dragon spacecraft gave the crew a heads up of a vent, an unplanned vent of a manifold in the attitude control system of the first stage. This is part of the troubleshooting and assessment underway of the leaky isolation valve in that attitude control system on stage 1. SpaceX engineers are just making sure that this is not
Dragon
going to be
SpaceX
a problem.
venting complete.
A problem for the flight today.
Dragon copies. We actually felt it more than we heard it.
Copy.
So that vent of the attitude control system manifold is now complete. Peggy Whitson reported the crew did feel it more than hearing it after a warning from Mission Control that they might hear that vent. This is part of the troubleshooting of this leaky valve. Now 1 hour, 9 minutes, 23 seconds and counting. We are seeing some increased cloud cover over the spaceport. This is one of the weather risks this afternoon, although there's been improvement in the weather trend with a 75% chance of good weather for liftoff at 5:37 p.m. The main risk, though, is with anvil clouds that are being blown off of nearby thunderstorms by upper-level winds and over the spaceport. Those clouds could hold electrical charge and hold the threat of lightning that could strike the rocket in flight. So the weather team will be closely monitoring the thickness and height and the charge inside these clouds for the remainder of the countdown. While the countdown is continuing, let's take a look at some of the main elements of the Falcon 9 rocket, which is now an hour and 8 minutes from launch. The first stage of the Falcon 9 is powered by 9 Merlin 1D engines. These engines are fed by kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen as the oxidizer. They will generate about 1.7 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. This booster is about 15 stories tall. It's brand new. You can see it doesn't have any of the soot or scorch marks that we sometimes see on flight-proven or reused boosters. Bright white, a fresh paint job from SpaceX's factory. This booster is numbered Booster 1080 in SpaceX's inventory and will actually be returning to the landing Zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So for previous crew missions, SpaceX has typically or always landed the first stage booster on a drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean northeast of Cape Canaveral. But given SpaceX's lengthy flight history now with more than 230 Falcon 9 flights under their belt, they have more confidence in the performance of each rocket. So they've known for some time that there might be enough leftover propellant reserve performance on the booster to perform the burn that's necessary to reverse course and return to landing Zone 1 at the Cape on these crew missions. But given their extensive flight history, they now have confidence that it does have that reserve performance. So they've opened that up, and for this mission, the booster will be returning to the landing zone on shore at Cape Canaveral, accompanied by sonic booms. It's always a spectacular sight to behold, and we will see that landing back at landing zone 1 about 8 minutes after the launch this afternoon. Above the first stage is the interstage adapter. This is a carbon structure with 4 extendable hydraulic actuating titanium grid fins. These grid fins will be maneuvered and moved in flight to provide additional steering and stability to the rocket during its descent back to Earth. That interstage will come back to the ground with the first stage. Inside the interstage, that's a hollow volume. Inside the interstage is the engine bell, the engine nozzle for stage 2. This is a Merlin vacuum engine, a derivative of the same type of engine used on stage 1, burning kerosene and liquid oxygen. And this second stage will fire for about 6 minutes to propel the Crew Dragon spacecraft into its preliminary orbit, and then the Crew Dragon will separate from the upper stage about 12 minutes into the flight. At the very top of the vehicle is the Crew Dragon Freedom spacecraft. This capsule is flying for the second time. It's a reusable vehicle. The pressurized portion of it, at least, is reusable. The trunk, the section, the cylinder down below the capsule, is disposable. It is a single-use item and will be jettisoned during the re-entry process to burn up. But the Crew Dragon Freedom, with the 4 astronauts inside, is now 1 hour, 5 minutes from liftoff. as the SpaceX countdown approaches the T-minus 60-minute mark. I'm going to take a few minutes now. If you have any questions you want to submit in the chat, I'll try to answer as many as possible. If you want to support our coverage, there's a couple of ways to do that. You can contribute with a super chat in the chat box next to our video stream. And if you do that, I'll certainly try to answer your question. You can also join our YouTube channel, and you can click the join button. If you do that, you'll see various membership levels available for you to choose from. And depending on which membership tier you select, you can gain access to bonus members-only video features. And your support through these ways to help us with our coverage helps us buy new equipment, helps us keep our staff paid, and helps us come out for every launch here at Kennedy Space Center or Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and also helps us maintain our website at www.spaceflightnow.com.
Dragon SpaceX cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copy.
We have a question asking how far you can see the launch from. It all depends on the weather and also the time of the launch. So for a night launch or a launch that is happening around twilight, either right around sunrise or sunset, you can see those launches from hundreds of miles away in many cases, including along the flight path as it climbs into orbit. This mission, given the fact that it's a day launch and there may be some cloud cover in the area, you may not have great visibility unless you're quite close to the launch site, within some miles of the launch site. Somebody's asking if there's an update on the leaky valve. We haven't heard any news on that in a few minutes. We did hear the call from SpaceX Mission Control a few minutes ago about an unplanned vent in the attitude control system manifold on stage 1 that the crew was going to hear or feel. That vent was completed as part of the troubleshooting of this valve. Earlier in the countdown, Bill Gerstenmaier, one of SpaceX's veteran engineers and managers, told the crew that they expect to have a resolution or outcome of this analysis of this small leak in the isolation valve before the start of propellant loading, which is now 25 minutes from now. And we're now closing in on T-minus 1 hour and counting in the AX2 countdown. T-minus 1 hour now until launch time, which is at 5:37 p.m. Eastern, 21:37 UTC. Joe Tasca asks, does anyone know what the trajectory is for this launch? This launch will be heading northeast from Kennedy Space Center. Joe, looks like you're saying you're in Jacksonville. If you have really clear skies and look off to the east, you might see something from the rocket as it heads into orbit. It'll be flying off the coast of Jacksonville, so if you look toward the south, toward Kennedy Space Center, or toward the east, toward the flight path, you might have a chance of seeing something, although it won't be quite as spectacular as if it was a night launch or a twilight launch. Willow 1 asks, where are those people watching the launch with the large countdown? That is actually a location where we're located at the Kennedy Space Center press site, about 3 miles from the pad. So that's where some news media and photographers are gathering to cover this afternoon's launch, now 58 minutes away. SpaceX's countdown is now at 56 minutes and 30 seconds. Here's a look at the countdown timeline over the remaining hour or so until launch time. At T-minus 45 minutes, we expect to hear a call from SpaceX's launch director that the team has been told go for propellant loading. And then a few minutes later, at 42 minutes, the crew access arm, the structure that the walkway that the crew used to board the spacecraft, will be retracted into launch position. That'll be followed by arming of the launch escape system. That'll be done by Commander Peggy Whitson inside the spacecraft. And then at 35 minutes, that'll be an important point when the propellant load begins with kerosene and liquid oxygen. And that's also when the countdown will be handed over to an automated sequencer computer to oversee the numerous functions and checks all necessary throughout the countdown. And then in the final 10 minutes of the countdown, that's when action really picks up with the engine chill down at T-minus 7 minutes. Strong back retraction, that's the structure just to the right of the Falcon 9, will be reclined about 1.5 degrees from the vehicle at 4.5 minutes to go. And then at 1 minute, 60 seconds prior to launch, the countdown commanding will be handed from the ground sequencer computer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computer. Around the same time, pressurization of the propellant tanks will get underway, and then we expect to hear the final go for launch call from SpaceX's launch director at 45 seconds, and the engine ignition sequence would begin at T-minus 3 seconds, culminating in liftoff when the clock strikes 0. Here's a look at some of the key times for this mission. Liftoff is scheduled for 5:37 p.m. Eastern Time, 21:37 UTC. 12 minutes later, we expect to see separation of the Dragon spacecraft with the crew on board from the Falcon 9 upper stage at 5:49 p.m. Eastern Time, 21:49 UTC. Not listed here though, but worth mentioning, landing of the first stage booster back at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station is about 8 minutes after launch, so that would be about 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be accompanied by distinctive double sonic booms that will likely be heard across the Space Coast. And then everything goes on track today with an on-time launch. Docking of this crew mission at the International Space Station to begin their 8-day stay at the complex is timed for 9:16 a.m. Eastern Time, 13:16 UTC tomorrow. We're now going to show a clip of from the crew press conference earlier in the week of each of the crew members, Peggy Whitson, John Shoffner, AlQarni and Rayyanah Barnawi, talking about some of their experiments, some of the investigations and research work they're most looking forward to on this mission.
So for me, one of the favorite ones for me is something new. It's looking at the microscopic assembly of these materials into fibers and matrices. And I think that is, that technology, that self-assembly and how it works in space may be something that can be applied in future commercial aspects aboard the space station, or hopefully Axiom space station in the future. So I'm really looking forward to the development of those aspects of the mission. Another experiment that I'm also working on, you started me on experiments, so here we go, is cancer in low Earth orbit. We are looking at how cancer cells are forming and working in space, and this is going to help the scientists learn even more about how that development occurs, because in zero gravity they form more like they do in your body, and so it's a really good model for them to use. And so I'm excited about the results for the investigators.
Awesome. Well, we have lots of great things that we're doing out there, and if we try to talk about all of them, we'd be here all day. But
Dragon
in no particular order,
you are go for
I'm
section
engaged
5.
in one with MIT.
When ready, report go
which
for
is
launch.
It's a skin suit, which is a part compression and I guess it's a gravity countermeasures loading suit, and it's intended to help adapt the physiology or to blunt the effects of the gravity on physiology for short and long-term space travelers. The success of this could help future flights, help quick turn astronauts, commercial astronauts going to space in a short period of time, arrive on station, be more effective faster, and on return have less effects of gravity. So the results of that could be profound for the future of spaceflight.
Well, for me, training to do experiment and research in space has been a new set of skill I've added to my tool box. As a fighter pilot, usually where you're not exposed to that world, but I've enjoyed every single part of it. I've learned a lot, and I'm really excited to do all the experiment on board the International Space Station. And one of the experiments that I'm really looking forward, which is cloud seeding. It's going to be happening for the first time on board the International Space Station. And the results of these experiments may impact how we could increase the efficiency of artificial rain and cloud seeding, because as you know, Saudi Arabia is mostly desert. And with this results from the experiment could help us develop the technology that could help us fight desertification.
I would say for me, every experiment that involves the glove box just makes me feel like home. So in particular, I'm very excited for the RNA response experiment, where we will be culturing immune cells for the first time in history as well on board the International Space Station. And we're going to subject those cells to different treatments at different times. Interestingly, this experiment has been developed in Saudi Arabia by a Saudi scientist back home, Dr. Abu Khabar. So we're very excited to take that experiment with us from Earth all the way to space. And maybe just interacting with the kids is like the goal of this mission too, for me. Being able to see their faces when they see astronauts from their own region for the first time is very thrilling. I know they'll be looking forward to see John's flips and moves. But yeah, but I'm gonna practice first to see if I can make it.
You will.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Those were the Axiom 2 crew members, Peggy Whitson, John Shoffner, AlQarni and Rayyanah Barnawi, talking about some of the scientific experiments and experiences they are looking forward to having on the International Space Station. During that clip, we heard that Peggy Whitson gave a go for launch from the crew's perspective, so the astronauts on board are ready for launch. We're just a few minutes away from a lot of key activities in the countdown, beginning with the go for propellant load. We expect to hear that in a few minutes' time from SpaceX's launch director.
On CountdownNet, polling go, no go for propellant load and launch. Indicate readiness in EPROC, step 55.78.
And that was SpaceX's launch director just then opening that electronic poll. The launch team for SpaceX is stationed in firing room 4 of the Launch Control Center in the shadow of the Vehicle Assembly Building here at Kennedy Space Center. That's where SpaceX engineers are gathered to monitor all the key systems on the Falcon 9 rocket, the Dragon spacecraft, and ground systems during the countdown. A separate SpaceX team is out in California at SpaceX headquarters near Los Angeles. They will actually be controlling the Dragon spacecraft throughout its flight to the space station. T-minus 46 minutes and counting. The poll continues. This is an electronic poll where each of the team members in SpaceX Launch Control can give their go or no-go for propellant loading and launch. We're awaiting the outcome of that poll in just a few moments. Once the poll is complete, the crew access arm will begin retracting away from the Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew Dragon spacecraft. That'll be followed by arming of the launch escape system on the Dragon, and then propellant loading would start at T-minus 35 minutes.
Countdown poll is complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant load, and launch. Reminder for control room lockdown for all operators in mission control and firing room 4. Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes, which is now, and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbital insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. A reminder on hold and launch escape protocol. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief CE or LD, and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort launch immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Finally, operators shall advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring for Dragon manual escape flight rules. Finally, regarding leak-through on the first stage ACS isolation valve, we will manually monitor the pressure in the manifold. Stage 1 will assess and at T-minus 35 seconds indicate whether the pressure rise is within the predicted range. If it is not, Stage 1 will call a hold on the countdown net. Are there any questions? Hearing no questions, launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
That was the voice of SpaceX's launch director giving a briefing to his team.
Crew access arm retraction has started.
So just to pick out a bit of information there that's useful at the end of his statement, the isolation valve leak, the small leak in the attitude control system manifold on stage 1, will be monitored manually throughout the countdown. And then at T-minus 35 seconds, there will be a final check of the pressure to make sure it's within bound before giving the final go for launch. If not, a hold and therefore a scrub would be called. We're now seeing the crew access arm retracting away from the Dragon spacecraft, a spectacular shot of all the ground systems, the strong back and umbilicals leading into the Dragon trunk and the Dragon spacecraft itself. On the strong back there, the crew access arm will be reclined back to launch position, in a position to return next to the hatch of the Dragon spacecraft in the event of any problem that might require a quick escape or evacuation of the spacecraft by the crew.
Crew access arm retraction is complete.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 6. Close visors and arm launch escape system.
Copy. Go for Section 6.
The astronauts inside Dragon are now closing their visors in anticipation of the final phase of the countdown.
And SpaceX Dragon, visors are closed and we're arming the launch escape system now.
Peggy Whitson, the commander, confirms the hatches or the visors are closed on all 4 crew members, and she is arming the launch escape system with her touchscreen display console there. This launch escape system would be activated in the event of a major problem during the final 35 minutes of the countdown that might require a quick escape of the spacecraft and the astronauts. The system consists of Super Draco engines. These are hypergolic engines, high thrust, high pressure engines that would quickly propel the spacecraft away from the rocket on the pad or in flight.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
And SpaceX Mission Control confirms the launch escape system is armed.
Falcon 9 tanks will be venting for propellant load. Expect loud venting.
Now approaching 36 minutes until launch. We're about a minute away from the start of propellant loading. Countdown is right on schedule for launch at 5:37 p.m. Eastern Time. And propellant loading is now underway on the Falcon 9 rocket.
Propellant load has started.
Control of the countdown is now in the hands of a ground computer, overseeing the numerous steps to verify all parameters are ready for launch and to configure the rocket for liftoff, and notably now start the loading of propellants into the Falcon 9. "32 minutes, 32 seconds until liftoff." This particular mission will be flying on capsule number 212 in SpaceX's fleet, also known as Crew Dragon Freedom. This is the second flight of this reusable spacecraft. It previously flew to the International Space Station back in 2022 on NASA's Crew 4 mission. It spent nearly 6 months on the ISS from April through October of 2022, and after splashdown last fall, it has been refurbished and reset for another flight to space on this AX2 mission this private astronaut mission for Axiom Space with 2 Americans and 2 Saudi astronauts on board. The commander of this mission is Peggy Whitson. This is her 4th space flight. She's joined by 3 spaceflight rookies. So she is the holder of a lot of experience with 665 days of spaceflight time under her belt on her 3 previous missions, 3 long-duration flights, all on the International Space Station. So she knows the ins and outs of this orbiting laboratory. Most recently, she was on the station in 2017. We're going to play a quick video now of some of her comments from a pre-launch crew press conference talking about some of the experience and lessons that she's learned in her spaceflight career that she's trying to pass on to her 3 rookie crewmates.
Well, I think probably one of the biggest lessons learned, and I've told them, you know, it doesn't seem like it, but slow is fast, especially as you're initially adapting to space. You know, if you try and hurry, you're going to bump into things. You might catch your foot on a cable and disconnect an experiment. So we try and teach and coach these guys to go slow is fast. And it actually is true in a lot of what we do. We have to be very meticulous in order not to miss steps. You know, I teach them about how to use all the tools that we have to optimize their success. You know, it's very technical, but it's, you know, basically using every little aspect of all the data that we get, because we have to integrate things from a stowage node and from an operations node and an execute node and then the actual procedure. And so trying to integrate all that is a little bit complex at first. And so I've been helping them with kind of the lessons I learned and kind of my approach for how I go about doing business in order to stay ahead of what we call the red line that is always, it keeps moving. We can't stop time. So we want to try and stay ahead, or at least keep up with the red line.
SpaceX's countdown for the AX2 mission now has entered the final 30 minutes before liftoff. That was Peggy Whitson, the commander of AX2 of this commercial crew flight, set to last 10 days to the International Space Station, talking about some of her experience and some of the advice she's given to her 3 crewmates, all of whom are first-time space flyers. Cryogenic helium is now being loaded into the Falcon 9. This helium is used to maintain pressure inside the propellant tanks as the fuel and oxidizer is consumed in flight. So that's the latest update on the status of the countdown. As you can see, some more clouds are rolling in over Florida Space Coast. It's now nearly overcast, still a little bit of blue sky overhead, but certainly the blue skies we saw dominating earlier have given way to some cloud cover. We're now seeing in this close-up shot of the Falcon 9 first stage some of the first hints of vapor, some frost starting to build up on the outer skin of the Falcon 9 rocket, just around that X in the SpaceX logo on the side of the booster. Well, we expect to see a lot more of this over the later phases of the countdown as those tanks are filled up. The liquid oxygen is chilled to several hundred degrees below zero. It's very cold, and that causes condensation in the air around the rocket and frost and ice to actually build up on the outer skin of the airframe during the tanking process. This is a first-time flight booster. It's the first flight of this particular first stage, Booster 1080. It will be returning to a landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, so we're going to get a launch and a landing this afternoon, about 8 minutes apart.
Well, I think probably one of the biggest lessons learned, and I've told them, you know, it doesn't seem like it, but slow is fast.
Stage 2 cryohelium load has started.
"23 minutes, 40 seconds now remaining in SpaceX's countdown. Propellant loading is proceeding on schedule at pad 39A. Right now, the first stage is being filled with kerosene and liquid oxygen propellants, and the second stage is being filled with kerosene alone. Liquid oxygen loading on stage 2 will begin at about 16 minutes prior to liftoff. The only technical issue of note in the countdown is this small leak in an isolation valve on the first stage attitude control system. SpaceX apparently does have some optimism that that won't be a showstopper today, but they're going to be tracking some pressure in a manifold in that first stage attitude control system throughout this propellant loading process. And then at T-minus 35 seconds, there'll be a final check of that pressure in the manifold. And if it's within bounds, the launch would proceed. If it's not, the launch countdown would be aborted at around 35 seconds left in the countdown, and the launch would not occur today. Axiom and SpaceX are facing a tight deadline to get this mission off the ground. They must launch either today or tomorrow, or else NASA is going to prioritize the next SpaceX resupply mission to the International Space Station, which needs to launch from the same pad on June the 3rd, and needs to use the same docking port as the Crew Dragon on this Axiom 2 private astronaut mission at the space station. So they need to clear this pad and clear that docking port to allow that resupply mission on a Dragon spacecraft to launch in early June. NASA is eager to get 2 new upgraded rollout solar arrays on that resupply mission installed at the space station next month, and get that mission out of the way before additional missions later this summer. There's another Northrop Grumman cargo mission to the station in July, as well as the first astronaut flight on Boeing's Starliner crew capsule in July. So a very busy slate of missions, and if Axiom doesn't and SpaceX don't get this mission off the ground today or tomorrow due to weather or technical problems, we could be facing a month or multi-month delay until the next window in SpaceX's, or the International Space Station's, schedule. 21 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in the countdown. "20 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Here's a look at the trajectory for this mission. Heading up to the International Space Station, it'll be flying a northeasterly course after lifting off from Kennedy Space Center. This map from NASA shows some of the abort zones that the spacecraft might have to splash down in the event of an in-flight abort or escape, which has to fly off the Falcon 9 using its escape system. You can see some of those zones are off the coast of the Carolinas. There's another zone off the coast of Newfoundland, and then there's another abort recovery area off the coast of Ireland. There's also this red zone, the DAEZ, is the Dragon Abort Exclusion Zone, where the NASA and SpaceX don't want the spacecraft splashing down in this area. So if there's an abort in that time frame of the flight, the Dragon would try to fly.
Stage 2 RP1 load is complete.
Farther downrange to Ireland, or reverse, slow down a little bit to splash down closer to shore of Canada. So a northeasterly track for this mission off the coast of Kennedy Space Center. SpaceX has recovery teams on standby to recover the crew in the event of an abort during the launch. We're now seeing the big vent from the strongback out at pad 39A that began a little less than a minute ago. This is the standard gaseous oxygen vent from the strongback that occurs with the completion of kerosene loading on stage 2, and a chill down now underway for liquid oxygen loading on stage 2. NASA confirms that mission control in Houston, where the International Space Station is controlled from at the Johnson Space Center, has verified they are go for launch of this AX-2 mission. 19 minutes until liftoff now. Now 17 minutes, 36 seconds and counting in the SpaceX Falcon 9 countdown. In less than a minute, we expect to see this gaseous oxygen vent complete. The vent will be terminated, and at that time, liquid oxygen loading, the cryogenic oxidizer, will begin flowing into stage 2. We may hear those calls on SpaceX's countdown net. Just to recap, at this point in the countdown, the first stage is still receiving its kerosene and liquid oxygen supply. Stage 2, kerosene is now full, and stage 2 liquid oxygen loading is set to begin in just a few seconds. Liftoff is scheduled for precisely 5:37 and 9 seconds Eastern Time, 21:37:09 UTC.
Stage 2 LOX load has begun.
So the second stage liquid oxygen tank is now being loaded after that vent has been completed that we saw for the last few minutes. That transfer line for the liquid oxygen flow into stage 2 is properly thermally conditioned now, and the flow is now underway into stage 2 for oxidizer. Lots of venting and vapors and condensation and frost now visible out at pad 39A as those tanks are being filled up for flight. And you can see here at the press site some crowds beginning to gather, more people filtering out onto the line to set up for viewing and photography of this launch, scheduled in 15.5 minutes we're about 3 miles away from the launch pad here at our location at the press site at KSC.
Dragon SpaceX for launch status update.
Go ahead for update.
All right, Peggy. We are still tracking no issues on Dragon for today's launch. We have continued weather evaluations, and for your awareness, we are monitoring an anvil cloud that is moving towards LC-39A. It's currently 5 miles away, and it just needs to remain outside of 3 miles for launch to continue. The weather officer is going to continue monitoring this cloud and will continue to provide updates to the launch teams. How copy?
Dragon copies, no issues on the vehicle, watching the cloud. We're thinking very dry spot.
Good readback, and just a reminder that for the Falcon 9 valve, the Falcon team is going to be performing that manual evaluation of the manifold pressure until T-minus 35 seconds. And if we do not pass those checks, the Falcon team will call a hold. If the evaluation passes, there will be no call made, and we will continue with the countdown. So again, at T-minus 35 seconds following the manual evaluation, if we do not pass those checks, the Falcon team will call a hold. But if there is no call, we have passed the checks, and we will continue with countdown.
Dragon copies, manual evaluation. We'll call a hold if it's not passing the checks. Expect no call if it looks good.
Good readback.
Now inside of 11 minutes, 20 seconds until liftoff. SpaceX just told the crew on board the Dragon spacecraft that they're watching an anvil cloud that is currently 5 miles away from the pad. This anvil cloud is could be a risk to the launch, so it needs to stay outside of a 3-mile circle around the launch complex for the launch to proceed. But they're watching the movement of that cloud over the next 11 minutes to make sure it remains within the launch criteria. Let's take a look at the major parts of the Falcon 9 rocket one more time. The first stage on this mission is powered by 9 Merlin 1D engines. These 9 engines will generate 1.7 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. Above the first stage is the inner stage. This is a carbon structure that will come back to Earth with the first stage with its targeted landing at landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral around 8 minutes after launch. Inside the inner stage is a hollow volume that contains the engine nozzle for stage 2 during the initial phase of the flight. And after the first stage jettisons, that engine will be exposed to space and will ignite for its single burn that's needed to push the Crew Dragon spacecraft with the 4 private astronauts, 2 Americans and 2 Saudis, into orbit.
Dragon SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
And SpaceX Dragon, we can confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX copies. And on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we are honored to have you aboard Dragon Capsule Freedom today on its next trip to the International Space Station and the second Axiom crew mission. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Let freedom fly.
Here's a look at the current weather conditions here at Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Center. This is part of the weather graphics, that the weather team is monitoring as they watch this ample cloud that's encroaching on the 3-mile circle around the launch pad. Has to stay outside of that 3-mile circle in order for launch to proceed. The most recent call we heard from SpaceX informed the crew that they are proceeding inside the T-minus final 10 minutes of the countdown. And Commander Peggy Whitson replied, "Let freedom fly." This is the second flight of SpaceX's Dragon Freedom spacecraft. Here's a look at some of the major steps in the final 10 minutes of the countdown. The next milestone in just a few moments will be the engine chill down on stage 1. This will be a thermal conditioning procedure to get those engines down to the right temperature for ignition.
Engine chill has started.
And SpaceX has just confirmed the start of engine chill down. So the first bit of liquid oxygen, the cryogenic oxidizer, is flowing into the engine compartment to bring those elements in that hardware down to super cold temperatures to protect them from the risk of thermal shock. At 6 minutes, in just a few moments, the first stage kerosene tank should be fully loaded. And then at 5 minutes, the Dragon spacecraft will transition to internal power. At 4.5 minutes, the strongback on the right side of the rocket will begin retracting to an angle of about 1.5 degrees.
Stage 1 RP1 load is complete.
And the first stage we just confirmed is full of RP1 fuel. And then in the final minutes, at 3 minutes 40 seconds, the flight destruct system would be set up for flight. The Merlin vacuum upper stage engine igniter purge will follow that. And then in the final couple of minutes, both liquid oxygen tanks on stage 1 and stage 2 will be filled to flight level, giving SpaceX a fully loaded 1.2 million pound rocket for liftoff at 5:37 p.m. Eastern Time.
Falcon 9
Dragon is
tanks
in
are
configure
pressurizing
terminal
for strongback retract.
And strongback retraction is beginning shortly at pad 39A.
Strongback is retracting.
Now, inside of 4 minutes until liftoff. The only issues being monitored right now are the weather conditions with this anvil cloud approaching Kennedy Space Center, as well as the pressure inside an attitude control system manifold on stage 1 that will be checked manually. That pressure level will be checked manually with data at T-minus 35 seconds. If ground teams, SpaceX launch control team detects that pressure in the attitude control system manifold is out of bounds, they will call a hold and the launch will not happen today. That could be happening at T-minus 35 seconds. If there's no issue, there will be no call over the countdown net and the countdown will proceed down to liftoff. Final checks of the autonomous flight termination system should now be complete. This is the self-destruct system that would destroy the rocket in the event of an in-flight malfunction. Of course, the crew capsule with the astronauts on board has an escape system to maneuver away from that in the event of an emergency.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
First stage liquid oxygen loading is complete. Merlin vacuum igniter purge should be happening now as well. Second stage liquid oxygen loading will continue for another minute or so. That'll be the final tank to be topped off to flight level. Dragon spacecraft should now be transitioning to internal power.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
Two minutes, 20 seconds left in the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX for weather. Looks like the system has cleared and we're looking like we're go for launch for weather.
Dragon copies.
One minute, 38 seconds. Second stage liquid oxygen
Stage
load
2
is complete.
LOX load is complete.
Both stages of the Falcon 9 fully loaded.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Rocket weighs about 1.2 million pounds, fully loaded for launch.
Ground gas closeouts, expect loud venting.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. Falcon 9 is now in control of the countdown with its onboard computer.
FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
T-minus 40 seconds. Launch director has given their final go for launch. T-minus 30 seconds. There has not been a hold due to this pressure leak. So it looks like the countdown is going to proceed. T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, carrying 4 commercial astronauts to the International Space Station. Peggy Whitson reports stage 1 alpha, so the first abort mode of the flight now in effect. Falcon 9 now 30 seconds into the flight. Everything looking good so far. Falcon 9 now entering a thin layer of cloud cover over Kennedy Space Center. 1 minute into the flight, Falcon 9 is supersonic. We're going to switch over to SpaceX's video now from an onboard camera, an aft-facing camera looking back down toward the ground after the Falcon 9 has climbed into that cloud layer. Falcon 9 now throttling up its engines after passing through max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure. The peak phase of peak period of max pressure on the rocket from aerodynamic loads. One minute, 43 seconds into the flight. Everything looking good so far. Good call outs from SpaceX Launch Control and the crew on board. About 30 seconds remaining until main engine cutoff. Two minutes, 5 seconds. 20 seconds now until MECO, or main engine cutoff. That'll be followed by staging. And then that'll be followed by second stage ignition. Great shot here of the crew on board the spacecraft, and now back to a full screen shot of the rocket from an onboard rocket camera. Stage 1 throttling down in preparation for main engine cutoff, and we've heard confirmation of main engine cutoff. Staging confirmed. And there's ignition of stage 2. The Merlin vacuum engine now powering the Dragon Freedom spacecraft with Peggy Whitson, John Shoffner, AlQarni and Rayyanah Barnawi on the way to the International Space Station. Three minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. The first stage has flipped around and is that booster has now completed its boost back burn with 3 engines. So that burn is complete to begin returning the booster back to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It'll be landing less than 10 miles south of the launch site down at Landing Zone 1 at the Space Force Station. That landing is about 4 minutes away. So if you're in the local area, you may hear sonic booms as the rocket returns to Earth. Nominal trajectory reported so far from SpaceX Mission Control in their latest report to the crew on board the Dragon spacecraft. Nice shot inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft as it's at an altitude of 165 kilometers and climbing 7,900 kilometers per hour. It's about 5,000 miles an hour in velocity on the second stage with the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. First stage is continuing its descent. It's actually reached its peak altitude on this mission and is descending back toward the atmosphere. 5 minutes, 20 seconds now into the flight. The next big event on this mission will be the entry burn by the first stage engine. That is scheduled in about 1 minute. A downrange tracking station in Massachusetts is now receiving signals from the second stage and the Dragon spacecraft as it heads up the eastern seaboard of the United States on a northeasterly course. The trajectory of the Dragon spacecraft and the second stage of Falcon 9 continues to be as expected. Coming up on the entry burn in just a couple of seconds now. This will be a burn to slow the booster for its descent back into the atmosphere. The entry burn now underway according to SpaceX. Entry burn is now complete. The next major event will be the first stage landing burn in about 40 seconds. That'll be the final burn to slow the rocket down with a subset of its engines. Nominal trajectory still reported on stage 2.
SpaceX trajectory nominal.
Landing in less than a minute now of the first stage.
Nominal trajectory.
We're hearing some calls now between SpaceX Mission Control and the crew on board the Dragon spacecraft. Great shot now of the booster descending in this tracking camera from SpaceX.
Stage 1 transonic.
Descended below the clouds now. 30 seconds from landing. Stage 1 landing burn now underway.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
And first stage landing confirmed.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
Double sonic booms have set off car alarms here at Kennedy Space Center as the first stage made its descent toward landing zone 1. This booster 1080, has completed its first flight to space. This is the first time SpaceX has been able to land a first stage booster back at the Cape on a crew mission, with some additional performance unlocked by the Falcon 9 rocket and the SpaceX team, enabling this return to launch site landing of the stage 1 vehicle. Coming up on main engine or second stage engine cutoff.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
The upper stage now has cut off. Second stage engine cutoff confirmed. That Shannon call you heard a minute ago was the final abort zone call by Commander Peggy Whitson.
Pico.
Dragon SpaceX nominal orbit insertion.
SpaceX confirms the Falcon 9 has placed the Dragon spacecraft in the expected
nominal
orbit.
insertion.
Dragon SpaceX launch escape system disarmed.
Dragon copies.
So Dragon is now in orbit with Commander Peggy Whitson flying in space for the 4th time, and her crewmates no longer spaceflight rookies. They have now flown in space after reaching above the von Karman line of 100 kilometers, and they're now flying at orbital velocity, some 17,000 miles an hour. "10 minutes since launch."
Expected loss of signal, Cape.
The next milestone will be separation of the Dragon spacecraft from the Falcon 9's upper stage. That will be scheduled for T+12 minutes, less than 2 minutes from now. So we hope to see some views from the second stage camera facing forward as the Dragon spacecraft deploys from the rocket. We should see the Dragon receding into the blackness of space. Now at an altitude of 200 kilometers or 120 miles. A downrange tracking station in Newfoundland is now receiving signals from the Dragon and Falcon 9 as it heads out over the North Atlantic Ocean. Less than a minute now until Dragon separation from Falcon 9. That'll be followed by initial priming and initial firings by the Draco thrusters on the Falcon or the Dragon spacecraft. These Draco engines are small jets that will control the pointing of the spacecraft in space, as well as adjust its orbital parameters to match those of the space station, and then close in for docking at the space station tomorrow. 20 seconds until Dragon separation. Dragon separation is confirmed.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon Freedom now receding from view in the blackness of space.
SpaceX
Dragon
launch
copies and refocus.
Dragon, SpaceX launch director. A very great flight. Wish you safe travels. A few words from our chief engineer as well.
Thanks for putting your trust in the Falcon 9 team. Hope you enjoyed the ride to space. Have a great trip on Dragon. Welcome home to 0G, Peggy.
Happy to be here. It was a phenomenal ride.
Make sure you share the joy of 0G with your crew.
We will do that.
That exchange is between Bill Gerstenmaier, former NASA program manager, longtime veteran NASA engineer, now at SpaceX, and Commander Peggy Whitson, veteran, now retired, now a former NASA astronaut, now a commercial astronaut on board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploy is in progress. Hooks are opening.
Dragon copies.
Expected loss of signal, Bermuda.
Hooks have opened on the front end of the Dragon spacecraft to allow the nose cone to begin opening shortly. The nose cone covers up the docking mechanism and navigation sensors and forward bulkhead thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft during its stay on the launch pad and climb up through the atmosphere. Now in space, that nose cone can be opened to reveal those sensitive components to the vacuum of space. That docking mechanism obviously needs to be cleared and exposed to allow for the rendezvous and docking at the space station tomorrow. So this nose cone opening is a critical step on the flight to the ISS. Here's a shot inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. On the left is Commander Peggy Whitson. On the right is pilot John Shoffner, looking at the crew displays inside the Dragon spacecraft. So they'll be watching different phases of the flight, and they'll be watching the progress of the opening of the nose cone on these displays. "15 minutes since liftoff from pad 39A. This was another successful launch for SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket. a record that extends back more than 200 missions for the Falcon rocket family, 200 missions in a row. Successful. Attention now turning to the Dragon spacecraft, which has the 4 crew members inside. That Dragon spacecraft, as you can see in some of these views, still in range and visual range of the camera on stage 2 of the Falcon 9 rocket as it flies south of Greenland over the North Atlantic Ocean.
Acquisition signal, good Hilly.
Dragon and Falcon 9's upper stage now in range of a tracking station in the United Kingdom as it makes its way across the Atlantic Ocean toward Europe. Now 22 minutes into the flight of AX-2, Axiom's commercial astronaut mission to the International Space Station. We've lost so approaching 23 minutes into the flight, the video feeds and audio feeds we were getting from SpaceX throughout the countdown have just ended. We were not able to hear confirmation of nose cone opening, that critical milestone, before the feeds were cut. We were expecting to lose these video and audio connections after the launch, but we'd hoped to have them long enough to confirm the critical opening of the nose cone. We did hear that the hooks had opened before they ended their coverage to allow the nose cone to open, but we had not heard confirmation of full opening of the nose cone. Before we end our live commentary here at Kennedy Space Center, we want to look ahead at some of the launches we'll be covering over the next few days. SpaceX's next launch is scheduled for Tuesday night, a little more than 48 hours from now, from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. This will be the launch of a Falcon 9 rocket with the Badr 8 communications satellite. This Badr 8 satellite is owned by the Saudi Arabian company Arabsat. So a lot of Saudi Arabian space activity going on this week at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral with the launch of 2 Saudi astronauts a short time ago, less than 30 minutes ago, from here at Kennedy Space Center. and then a Saudi Arabian-owned communications satellite on a Falcon 9 launch on Tuesday night, 2 days from now. On May the 24th, on Wednesday, a Russian Soyuz rocket is scheduled to launch a Progress cargo freighter to the International Space Station from Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Then on Thursday, no earlier than Thursday, Rocket Lab plans to launch their Electron launch vehicle from down in New Zealand with 2 microsatellites called Tropics 5 and 6. These are the third pair of Tropics Hurricane Research microsatellites developed by NASA. These satellites will be measuring parameters that influence the formation and strengthening of tropical cyclones, such as hurricanes and typhoons. And then late May, date not officially announced yet by China, a Long March 2F rocket is in the final stages of preparation for launch with a 3-person crew. The next 3-person crew heading up to the Tiangong space station on the Shenzhou 16 mission. This 3-person crew will spend about 6 months on the Tiangong space station, replacing an outgoing team of 3 astronauts who have been up there since late last year. They will do a brief handover on board the Tiangong space station, where for a few days there will be 6 people on board the Chinese space station. So these are a few of the launches coming up over the next week or so. More launches scheduled in late May. At the very end of May, another Falcon 9 is likely scheduled to launch from here in Florida with another batch of Starlink internet satellites. Another Falcon 9 is also on schedule to launch by the end of the month from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California with Starlink satellites. So SpaceX's launch schedule is continuing with a launch every 4 days or so on average from their 3 active launch pads, actually 4 now active launch pads, including the Starship base in Texas in SpaceX's ownership. So here's a look at what we'll be covering over the next few days. We'll be streaming the Falcon 9 launch from here in Florida on Thursday. We'll have coverage of all the other missions on www.spaceflightnow.com. So thank you for joining us for our live coverage of the Axiom Space AX-2 private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. We'll have coverage of the docking of this mission at the ISS tomorrow morning at spaceflightnow.com. My name is Stephen Clark. I'm editor of Spaceflight Now. I want to thank our publisher, my colleague Stephen Young, for production and video camera support and technical support throughout our coverage this afternoon. And thank you to Michael Kane, our photographer. We shared some of his photos early in our coverage of the crew as they arrived at Kennedy Space Center a few hours before the launch. So until next time, have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you soon.